Alrighty then. So today is the major tournament for the Amateur SC2 League. All of the brackets have a major tournament going on today. There are four brackets. There's the Initiate, which is our Metal Leagues, the Bronze to Platinum bracket, the Veteran, which is Diamond 3 and Diamond 2, Prestige, Diamond 1 to Master 2, and then Elite, which is Master 1 to GM level. What I really love about this league is the fact that there is brackets available for all skill levels. So, if you're a Bronze League hero, um, or, whether you're a Grandmaster player, you can get into a bracket somewhere. Glacius, the founder of the league, has built up a really great community here. The intern team, with him, Gam Gam, Old Lady, and Defiance, put in a lot of work to make sure things run smoothly, and it's really awesome. I'm going to be focusing on the Initiate bracket today. I feel like the Initiate doesn't really get the coverage that it necessarily deserves, so I always like to go and make sure that they get some extra streaming coverage where possible. Adjusting my audio just a little bit, though I don't have the stream up on screen right now to see how things are going. Also, 3 minute delay, just to make sure that there is no, stream sniping or anything like that, since there is a cash prize on the line. So let's take a look at the brackets quickly. So for the Initiate bracket, the one I'm primarily going to be covering, we've got 8 players per bracket. So in our first seed, we've got Zerg Tanis, who was looking like an absolute beast during the regular season. And then Tebs. Tebs is such a beauty. He's just a really nice guy. Love seeing Tebs in a tournament. He's a great part of the community. But he's going to have his work cut out for him going up against Zerg Tanis. Then in the second part of the bracket, we've got the fourth and fifth seeds, JJ and Flesh. I think I caught a game of or a couple games from Flesh at the beginning of the season against Zerg Tanis. Seemed like a really strong macro focused Zerg. JJ has been improving leaps and bounds. Watching this guy from the bronze to gold tournament back in like December, to now seems to have improved a lot. Then X Decker, the current second seed, going up against Jackals. I played against Jackals before, I think, and I've definitely seen him play or seen some like casts. I know he used to cast for the league as well. I think he's got his work cut out for him against X Decker. X Decker seems like a very strong Terran player, and he is sitting in the second seed. And then we've got Genghis Khan and Multastic. And I have seen Genghis Khan play a couple of times. I don't think I've ever casted a game from Multastic. So there's a cash prize, not much of one, but it's amazing that we have a league, a free league that has a cash prize for these major tournaments. The prize pool for first place is $15, second place gets $10, and third is $5. And this is thanks to the support of Defiance, from streaming and anyone buying Amateur League merch. It's amazing that these major tournaments have cash prizes at all now. So uh, if you want to support the league, subscribing to Defiance or donations, or they have some merch as well. So a really cool thing is that we have player cards for some of the players in the league. Not everyone has one; they have to apply for one. But it's really cool that we have these, and I'm trying to incorporate some of these into my stream today. It may not work. I'm working with a lot of new overlays and stuff. There's going to be scuff, but that's part of the fun. But a lot of really awesome player cards. Glacius put a lot of work into making these, it looks like. All right, let's look at the other brackets quickly. Cost Phoenix, I had to play against him last week. He was an absolute monster. And Balimko actually eliminated me, I think, 2 or 3 weeks ago when I played uh, in the veteran bracket. Blade of Ire was another pretty strong Protoss. I had to go up against him in the losers bracket last week, and he knocked me out of the tournament. Um, then there's Old Lady, Sugar Cult, and Winter. Is that Winty? I might have played against him back in Initiate, not sure. Um, Knox happening purple VZ. I don't know a lot of the players in the veteran bracket. I finally made it up there for the last couple of weeks. I've been not playing in as many tournaments as I would have liked, just due to life and work and being really busy. But hoping to get a good start uh, next season and start encountering some of these players and playing against them in the veteran bracket. Prestige, we got a bunch of players that I've never interacted with, but maybe I'll catch a couple of their games if Initiate finishes. I wouldn't mind casting some higher level games as well. I just find that the low level games are some of the most fun because you get wacky stuff. People are still learning, and I don't think that the metal leagues enough um, exposure. And then the GM bracket. Uh, oh, Tonzi's playing in the GM bracket. I casted the game with him a couple weeks ago. I've seen some of these players, talking in the Discord, but I don't think I've interacted with any of them. I don't really know any of their strengths and weaknesses. I'm really not sure who's going to make it through to the finals. It looks like there is a third place best of seven since there's a cash prize online and a final. So there are going to be lots of games for me to cast today. If anyone has replays after the fact that they want casted from Initiate, I am trying to get a YouTube channel off the ground. It has not happened yet. Or maybe I will do just a Twitch stream where I specifically cast some of those games, which would be great. JJ, hey, how's it going? Looking forward to seeing you in seeing some of your games today. Hopefully you do well. All right, we got about 5 minutes until the start of the tournament. So a little bit of time to kill. Hmm. Okay, so it looks like match for third. The team is saying that it's not a best of seven; it's a best of five for third place. So that actually makes more sense. Best of seven for third seemed like a lot, but when there is money on the line. Okay, let's swap over to the game, I think, for now. Some chatter going on in the uh, amateur chat. Oh, no, that's not the players I want. So I got a new overlay, putting in some work, trying to learn a few things, test out a couple of things. Like I said, this stream, there's a good chance that there's a hefty dose of scuff as I try to work with some new things I've never tested before, never tried casting with before. I'm going to turn up my microphone a little bit, which seems to change every time I switch scenes, unfortunately, and does not save. Stream is lagging quite a bit. Oh, might be specifically to do with the overlay, or with the web page. Not really sure. It might also be something to do with my delay. Just looking and seeing if I can see anything going on that would be causing my stream to lag right now. We've not had the go ahead from Glacius just yet that the bracket is live. Okay, looks like brackets are live now. I would like to cast, I think, Genghis and Multastic first. Get some PVZ since I am a Protoss player. Let's see if I can find them in the chat. Okay, getting things set up. Oh, I love the original Terran music. It's so good. Maybe I just invite them. All right, so now I have a little bit of a change in my overlay where I can show the maps, hopefully, assuming this works. All right, looks like the first Vigo coming out of Genghis Khan is Ultra Love. This is actually a map I tend to like. Um, as Protoss against Zerg. Yeah, so it looks like Ultra Love, Abyssal Reef, both out of the question here. Then El Dorado is our second veto from Genghis. Whispers of Gold is next. King's Cove is the final veto from Genghis. So we have Ultra Love, El Dorado, Whispers of Gold, King Cove, Neon, which means we've got Leyline still in. We have Frost, Frostline still in, and Amygdala is still in. I'm not sure which one will be which. Okay, so our first map is Amygdala. Leylines is our second map, which means Frostline is our ace. Okay. All right, Multastic needs a few seconds. And then we'll be getting into our first match, a PVZ, Genghis Khan versus Multastic. That's going to be a good match as well. All right, just waiting on Multastic. You got Amygdala, Ley Lines, and then uh, Frostline. Frostline is a pretty Zerg favored map. All right, we are getting into our first game of the StarCraft Amateur StarCraft League Major Tournament. I have never seen Multastic play, and I've only caught a game or two of Genghis Khans before. All right. So in the top corner, playing with the yellow Zerg drones, we have Multastic. And in the bottom corner, with the pink Protoss probes, we have Genghis Khan. So I haven't seen very many games from either of these players. I don't think I've ever had the chance to cast Multastic. So I am pretty excited to see both of these guys play. Um, we should be in for a great game here. Pretty standard stuff coming out of Genghis. Normal gateway timing, gateway scout across the map. Just checking to see if there's anything funky going on to start. Um, Nothing out of the ordinary. No 12 pools, no proxy hatches. Overlord going across the map. Just pretty stock standard stuff from both of these players. Pool goes down at a normal time. Hatch first. Hatch gas pool. The standard Zerg opening. Looks like Genghis is going for an 18 Nexus and a 19 core. That extra probe build might have been a mistake, because his cyber core is pretty delayed here, which is not great. Multastic going for the early third hatch, just going for the full eco build. Zealot coming out early, extra pylon going down. What are we doing here, boys? What's the build? Okay, so got a couple of lings going up. These are probably safety lings, as I like to call them. Or maybe we're just going across the map for them, because he spots that the wall is a little bit scuffed. Early Stargate. But you don't have a wall there, mate. Probe spots the lings. That's a lot of lings. I feel like Multastic might just be going for a ling flood. With two zealots, these lings should not really get anything done. A little bit interesting that we're going for a stalker ahead. I guess we really want to get that overlord. I'd be putting down a battery if I know that there's a good chance a bunch of lings are coming across the map. Warp gate research starts. Chrono boosted. Okay, Stalker hits the offending Overlord a few times, but does not get a kill. What build are we going for? We've got the Stargate, but we haven't built anything with it. There's an Oracle now being chrono boosted. And a Roach Warren at home for Multastic. Oracle will be coming out in just a second. We've got a Forge as well in the natural. So Genghis actually has more army supply right now than Multastic does, or at least he did at the time of me saying that. Not with the roaches that are in production currently, but he is so far down on workers. Like, he only has 27 workers. So if this isn't an all-in, he needs to get either some damage done with the Oracle across the map or something. Because right now, Multastic is kind of just happily macroing up. We've got Stalkers without Blink and Zealots without Charge, attacking a few drones. A Recall is definitely the right choice. Also, I don't really know what the Phoenix is for. More Zealots, but we still don't have a Twilight Council. Which maybe this was supposed to be some kind of a Twilight Zealot all-in? Oh, wait, on the other side of the map, 12 drones go down. Must have been to the Oracle. Yeah, must have been. That Oracle has 13 kills. Holy value. You get 12 drones and you force out 3 Spore Crawlers. That's basically, you got 15 drones. both of these players look pretty evenly matched. Maybe the Phoenix was just for Overlord hunting, because it's kind of like sitting just outside of attack range. Then he realizes that the orc, or that the but that the Overlord's there, but that Phoenix is not going to be able to get it because Hydralisks have come in. A couple of Oracles are not going to do much to Hydras, and neither are Zealots without charge. Unless you finish that upgrade while I wasn't watching. You need like some Storms or some Colossi really to deal with like a mass Hydra type of build. How many Oracles are we going here, Genghis? There's charge only starting now. 6 minutes with that many Zealots without charge. That's a little bit questionable because Zealots are really not useful until you get that charge upgrade. Maybe a misclick Chrono Boost on the... Ooh, good Stasis Ward. These Oracles are kind of just sitting there. If he doesn't do something, they're going to die to these Hydras. Ooh, loses one. Kind of unnecessary, because he could have run it up here and away. Good cancel by Genghis. Very unfortunate, but he does not have much army supply to actually fight this. Like, none of these units he has are good against Hydras. The Oracles just get eaten for breakfast. Still no charge on the Zealots. Yeah. The moment you see those Hydras over here on the other side of the map, you need to throw down like a Robo Bay and pump out a couple of Colossi, or get like some Templar, something like that. Nothing that we have at home is good against these Hydras. Okay, it looks like we're trying to turtle up. The worker deficit is still so huge. Well, this is good game for Genghis. Yep, and the GG is called. And game one goes to Multastic. Okay, so that's game one in the books. Game two, I believe, was Ley Lines. All right, looks like we're getting into game two right away. All right, and in the top corner, the right corner with the yellow Zerg drones, we have Multastic. And in the bottom corner with the pink Protoss probes, we have Genghis Khan. Some interesting builds coming out of Genghis in that first one. He had some really great Oracle harass, but his economy was always just a bit behind Multastic despite getting like 15 drone kills. Um, he spotted the Hydras on the other side of the map and didn't really respond to them in any way. So some adaptations need to be made. You know, might be a little bit of nerves. It is a major tournament. There is a cash prize, but certainly not unwinnable. Still definitely possible that Genghis can come back from that. Looks like we got some first-time chatters there. Some Multastic fans. Welcome to the chat, boys. All right, normal timings on the other side of the map. Multastic, with the hatch first, spawning pool, gas. Typical build for Zerg. Pretty much the same on the other side of the map for Genghis, but this Nexus, feels pretty delayed. Rushing out an early Zealot. I'm not sure that there's really anything to see that really shows this is being needed. Hey, Wild Balloon, how's it going? We're on a 3-minute delay, just so everyone knows. Spike up to 7 viewers. Let's go. Drop a follow, please. Helps out a lot. Trying to push for 50 followers. Get that Twitch affiliate. All right, finishing the wall off down here for Genghis Khan. We've got a Twilight Council in production. Much earlier than last time. I think that this is good, especially if he's going for any early game aggression with these zealots. Um, he had a whole bunch of zealots and didn't start charged like 6 or 7 minutes in the last game. Again with the quick expansion for Multastic. Just droning up. Zergling's going over to the other side of the map to kind of see what's up. Alright, we got an Adept. We got a Zealot. But really not a whole lot of army back home. Well, Genghis is currently pumping out those probes. Trying to get his economy up, but he is well behind on workers. Oh, going a robo facility first. I am casting Wild Balloon. So I'm not playing, I am casting the major tournament for the Amateur StarCraft League Initiate Bracket. Got a Roach Warren coming up for Multastic, so I'm going to assume that this is probably going to be a Roach all-in. Still no Zealot charge started for Genghis. These are a lot of Zealots with no charge. Got more batteries coming up, another gateway. We are building the Great Wall of Pylons. Or Great Wall of Ire? That sounds a little bit better. Ooh, Dark Shrine, but that is very close to that Overlord. Like, that could be scouted so easily. I would be, like, hiding that in my main base somewhere. But, uh, the old Protoss mantra, when behind, Dark Shrine. Fourth base coming up from Multastic. Oh, and you're pushing the Overlord into... Oh, he just barely doesn't scout it. That was so close. Okay, so that Dark Shrine does not get scouted. Zealot charge is on its way. Immortal pops out. But Genghis Khan really can't. He can't push this too far. He is down about 15 army supply. And Zerg has this habit of they just overbuild army when they're attacked, and then they go across the map with it. And suddenly the attacker is the one who is in trouble. I really don't know about this attack for Genghis. That is a lot of roaches, and while the Immortal is making short work of some of them, I don't think that this is a winning fight for Genghis. Sacrificing the Stalkers to get the Immortal away, I think that's not a bad choice. We got a Warp Prism going across the map. Alright, Shield Battery, a bunch of Zealots. Like, this should be holdable, especially if we can get a couple of DTs out. Because, you know, Genghis still has no idea that there's a Dark Shrine right there. But this is a huge attack. Yeah, you need those DTs, brother. You need to warp them in now. Oh, but he probably doesn't have the money. This is so much Zerg. Pylon goes down, depowering one of those gateways. The Dark Shrine is seen at this point, but, you know, it doesn't look like Genghis can actually warp in any DTs. Oh, he warped them in on the other side of the map. Brother, if your base goes down, it doesn't matter what's on the other side of the map or how many drones you kill. Okay. The Cloaked Heroes get warped home, but I think this is just too much damage on Genghis' side of the map. He lost his Dark Shrine, he lost his Cyber Core, he lost so much. Though 25 drones go down, that is still 40 drones, 38 drones for Multastic. Actually, this is an insane amount of drone damage. That last Warpin putting in work. But I still feel like Zerg is in a position that regardless of the Dark Templars, they just go across the map and they crush everything that Genghis has. You have Overseers now. I don't think that this is a winnable position. Yeah, thanks for the follows, guys. Sorry I've been caught up in the casting, but very much appreciate the follows and the alerts going off. Thank you so much. These are why I love Initiate games. So chaotic, so much fun. Alright. Big ball of Zerg going across the map, but the Overseers are slow. They're not there yet. They can't see the Dark Templar. So many roaches are going down. But does it matter? Is it enough? The Overseers are here now, and that's both of the Dark Templar down. The Dark Shrine has not been rebuilt, and Genghis calls GG. I actually thought that he might have had the comeback there with all that damage he did on the other side of the map. And Multastic takes the first series 2-0. Okay, that was a hell of a series. Multastic coming out the gate swinging. I don't think I've ever casted anything from him before, so great series to watch. Let's take a look at the bracket and see what we've got there right now. Where's the tournament bracket? So it looks like we just saw uh, Multastic and Genghis, and then there was Jackals and X Decker. Oh, looks like Jackals has gone and knocked X Decker out of the tournament. X Decker being the second seed coming into this. Jackals took a pretty long break from Amateur League, but I haven't seen that many Protoss playing in the Initiate bracket lately, so gonna see if I can get in on the next series. Multastic and Jackals. Update my overlay. Change back to my casting overlay. Also, there's a very high chance of scuff being real if you're just tuning in this stream, because I'm testing out a bunch of new overlays and new things. So there's a high chance that things aren't working quite the way I want them to, or I mess something up. But that's all part of the fun. All right, so I should get an invite from Jackals hopefully once they're in their lobby. And that's just sometimes how majors go, is you prep a lot. Looking at X Decker, he was so good from what I saw before. Getting knocked out 2-0. I've done it before where I prepped for a specific person I thought was going to be a huge problem, and I got knocked out by someone I didn't expect. So, or I didn't wasn't able to practice like a lot of one matchup. I kind of expected X Decker to go like all the way to the finals, but is what it is. GG's Mull. Okay, another PVZ. All right, looks like we'll be getting into vetoes in just a second. This series is going to be a best of five instead of a best of three like the first because we are already into the semifinals. My little cursed overlay that I designed in Paint here so that I can kind of keep track of what maps are whose pick and anyone in the chat know what Multastic's MMR is? Okay, first veto is El Dorado. Not surprised. I hate playing that map. Whispers of Gold is second veto. So I think we should have two more vetoes for a best of five. Alright, Abyssal Reef. I hate that map. Totally understand vetoing it. What will the last one be? Neon, I'm gonna guess? Zerg don't seem to like Neon. Oh, King's Cove is the last veto. Okay. So what is our map number one? El Dorado, Whispers of Gold, Abyssal Reef, King's Cove are our vetoes. What is our map number one? Okay, our first map is Ley Lines, which is the map that uh, we just got done playing, I think, in the other series. What is our second map? Frostline is usually a pretty good map for Zerg, I've found. So, Ultra Love is map number two. What is map number three? Map number three. What do we got? Frostline. Where is Frostline? Frostline is map number three, picked by Jackals. Neon is map number 4, which means Amygdala is our final map if we go to a game 5. These are all different sizes. It looks so scuffed. Different sizes, different alignments. Okay. All right. We are getting into our second series, the semifinals, a best of 5. Jackals versus Multastic. All right. In the top corner with the yellow Zerg drones, we have Multastic. And in the bottom corner with the purple Terran Pro, or sorry, not Terran probes, Protoss probes, the purple Protoss probes, we have Jackals. All right, so this is a best of 5 series, the first game in a best of 5 on ley lines. Looks like we don't have anything strange coming out from either player. Pretty standard. Uh, Probably just going to be a hatch gas pool from Multastic. I've got the gateway down for Jackals, going for a gateway scout, I imagine, or maybe just staying at home. I think not scouting a Zerg after your gateway is asking for trouble, because how else are you going to spot the 12 pool if it is coming, or any early aggression? But it looks like maybe we're just doing a full wall off to start. Jackal's playing it very safe, um, which is understandable, especially if you know your opponent. Um, but I also feel like it's a bit of a trap sometimes Protoss get into, because um, you spend so much extra resources playing safe, you just start the game behind. That's why I feel like that initial gateway scout would be able to spot the timing of the hatch, spot the timing of the pool, and then you can respond accordingly from there. All right. Still no Nexus for Jackals, and we're at almost 2 minutes, while the third hatchery is going down for Multastic. Probe Scout. I will talk to them after this game and get them to make the lobby with the Observer plus plus, because that does make it just a little bit easier on us observers for telling what is going on the map. Still no Nexus from Jackals. Is this some kind of a... Oh, there it goes. 242. That is very late. I was wondering if he was trying to do some kind of one base all-in build. He has no units at home, right? Or is there a zealot in that wall that I can't really see? Oh, there is a zealot. or an adept. Um, Now Multastic only has 26 drones, but we're on 3 hatcheries. Like our economy will be booming, especially if there's no aggression coming from the side of Jackals, which I don't think he has the economy to sustain an aggression. What are we building here? We got stalkers. Oh, looks like there's some lag. Game has been paused. I think that there was maybe some lag from Jackals because I think Jackals is playing from, I want to say, like South Africa. Um, so playing on the NA server from there will definitely could cause some ping issues. So we've got a pause for lag. Going to go and just change the tournament brackets for a second um, while this pause is happening. $5,000 to 7,000 milliseconds. That is a very high ping. Hey, Bendito, welcome back. So it looks like our brackets, we have Flesh beat JJ 2-0. Zerg Tannis and Tebs is apparently still ongoing at 1500 for milliseconds for ping now. This is a totally warranted pause in a game. But Zerg Tannis and Tebs is in a game 3 from the looks at it of it. Hopefully, hopefully we get this issue resolved soon for uh, Jackals. Jesus, more stable at 600. I just don't want to go and have like the map up in case there is anyone that is watching, even with the delay, um, just for competitive integrity. Grab a drink in the meantime, chill out a little. I have to say, like these early matches have not gone how I predicted. Okay, looks like Jackals is ready again.
Game resumed.
And we're back in. Nexus is up now for Jackals. Still down, like 15 workers at this point. Um, Multastic happily macroing up on the other side of the map. Warp Gate finishes. Got a couple of stalkers that are going to go and try to snipe this Overlord, and they do get it. Um, Stargate coming up. Double Stargate for Jackals. That is a fair number of stalkers. Is this a full wall off, or is there like space for a unit to get through here? Okay, just barely. I always get nervous when I see like building this close because you really restrict your own units and your ability to actually fight in these chokes. Like, yes, you need to block the Zerg off. You need to make sure that the Zergling flood does not get into your base. But this can often be, um, you know, a downside to the Protoss. It can be a negative if your units start getting caught in here and you can't fight effectively. All right, we're chrono boosting out pros. We got 2 Void Rays on the production tab. I think that this build, this entire build from Jackals is just not dying to stupid stuff, if I had to guess. And do we already have 2 Void Rays out? Yes, we do. Which should allow him to hold any kind of roach aggression. But man, 57 to 36 workers. That is a huge worker deficit. So Jackals is really going to have to rely on trading efficiently. And once Multastic starts pumping out Hydras, he needs to switch to something that can actually deal with them. Because a couple of like Oracles and Void Rays not going to be able to do it. So he is going to need to pump out like some Colossi, some Templar with Storms, like anything like that. Okay, gets a Roach for an Adept. Probably worth, but actually smart to not use the improved Void Ray damage to armor here because it slows down the Void Rays. Alright, we're just gonna go sailing on past that Overlord. Oh, no, we saw it. It would appear that Jackals is in fact a Sky Toss enjoyer. Are we gonna try and snipe the Roach Warren? Okay, these Void Rays are going in, getting a bunch of damage in the back of the base. Just completely unscouted from Multastic. No Hydras. Actually, some Hydras out now. There must have been a Hydra dent in the natural. And we're just going to try and run away from this now after getting some drone damage and getting a couple of tech structures. Now, these Void Rays are actually able to deal with the Hydras in small numbers like this. But if he starts going like a mass Hydra build, we're going to need to see some Templar or maybe some Colossi. Unless, of course, he gets just that huge Sky Toss ball. Um, but on 2 bases, you know, he is way behind Multastic in terms of economy. Half the number of bases. And so it's going to be hard to pump out any meaningful number of carriers on only two bases. He needs to go out and take a third. Also, looks like we have charge upgrading. We've got level 1 air weapons upgrading. We do have a carrier, but there is a spire going down on the other side of the map. I hate playing Skytoss. I hate that Skytoss is the like meta for Protoss right now. Okay, snipes the hatchery and probably just runs away from here. Loses a Void Ray. Can he get out? Oh, keep running. No, you didn't have to lose that one. Oh, two Void Rays go down. I feel like Multastic just needs to get a kind of critical mass because right now he has double almost the army supply that Jackals has. With that number of Hydras, even though there's a couple carriers out, like I think that you should still be able to, do something here. Yep. And he's just gonna keep sending army across the map as it builds. Deny Jackals that third, and this puts Jackals pretty all in. The Void Rays are focusing the Hydras with their empowered beams that do no bonus damage to Hydras. Yeah, and it was looking good for Jackals for a while there, but he just got out ecoed by Multastic. Game 1 goes to Multastic. Game 1 to Multastic. Seems pretty unstoppable in the Sky Top, or sorry, in the ZVP match or matchup. Okay, and map number 2 was Ultra Love. All right, both players are ready. We're going to get into game 2, our semifinals of the Initiate bracket. Multastic versus Jackals. All right, and in the top corner, playing with the yellow Zerg drones, we have Multastic. And in the bottom corner, with the purple Protoss probes, we have Jackals. Okay, so both these players, kind of came out swinging in that game. Jackals had a good look with the Sky Toss. He sniped some tech structures, did some damage to the economy of Multastic. Um, but in the end, Multastic had expanded already to 4 bases and kind of just overwhelmed him, doing what Zerg does best: swarm. Um, So I think that what Jackals needs to work on a little bit is maybe getting that faster nexus. Like if he does a gateway scout, he sees that there's no 12 pool. He doesn't need to like start the game by full walling off. Oh, I take it back. This is not ordinary. This is not ordinary at all. We are going into a cheese. It's a zealot all in, I assume. Uh, zealot all in to start the game. Jackals wants to quickly get one back. And honestly, um, this is not a bad strategy. Multastic so far has been playing strictly macro focused, but that Overlord is going to get to the other side of the map, and it's going to see there's no gateway there. There's no second base, and it should tip him off that there is something funky going on here. Jackals has a lot of money saved up, starts producing zealots immediately. Multastic, oh, he's going for the third base. He hasn't spotted. He should see here that there's not a gateway, but it could be in the corner. He doesn't yet know that there is anything funky going on. And if Jackal sends his um, zealots up there, then he won't see it until they're already in his base. Looks like we got a couple of safety lings being made. Queen in production. He's scouting around. He might have a feeling something's up from what he sees down here. Why are you building the cyberport in the middle there? Brother, if you need to expand, you now have just fully locked yourself all in. Oh, ping issues for Jackals. This is very unfortunate. Especially because this is not the kind of cheese that works twice. Okay, whew. A little bit of a crash there or something for, oh, get that queen, snipe that queen! No, you need to go into the main. What are we doing with these? Oh, I think that this is just Jackals is lagging too hard. Can't control his units. Because this needs to be a game-ending amount of damage. Nine drones go down. But that is a lot of lings. And this is what Zerg does, is they overmake on defense. And now there's no wall at home. This is an excellent hold from Multastic. I do think that this largely has to do with the ping issues from Jackals. And Multastic takes game 2. Okay, game 3 was Frostline. Frostline. So far, Multastic is up 2-0 on Jackals. Looks like Jackals is definitely having some internet issues. All right, we are just waiting for Multastic and Jackals to return. Looks like Jackals may not be properly connected or may not be here. Not entirely sure, but we need Multastic to get back anyway. So, short little break. Looks like Jackals is forfeiting. Okay, let's take a look back at the tournament bracket. Tebs, Tebs made it to the semifinals and uh, beat Zerg Tannis. Jackals had to drop due to ISP issues. Okay, so I have no idea. Okay. Looks like we are going into our next series. Um, Flesh versus Tebs. I mean, 203 ping is not great, but I'm pretty sure Flesh is playing from Germany or Europe somewhere. So, okay. All right, getting into game one of Flesh versus Tebs. I really want to get those replays from Tebs and Zertanis and see what happened in that series. Maybe cast it on stream. Okay. I've seen Tebs play in a lot of the bronze to gold events. Usually sits around the upper edge of Gold League. Flesh, I caught at the beginning of this season. Saw him play some ZVZs against Zerg Tannis. Seemed like a very solid player, but I've only seen, I think, those couple of series. Neither of these players has player cards, as far as I can tell, unfortunately. Um, so I will not be using player cards, but we'll still be doing their intros. All right, so this is the semifinals: Tebs versus Flesh. Oh, I should swap their sides. There we go. In my overlay. All right, got the races proper too. Um, I said there'd be scuff at the start of this. If you're not following, please drop that follow. We are 2 followers away from our goal of 50 followers. And I would really appreciate the follows so that I can get up to 50. All right. Here we go. In the left corner, with the purple Zerg drones, we have Flesh. And in the right corner, with the red Terran SCVs, we have Tebs. All right, so Tebs plays pretty much the most um, stock standard Terran I think I've ever seen from a player. Um, Bio, Marine drops, Marine tank pushes. That's what I remember when I think of Tebs. Um, Flesh, I remember being more of a macro focused Zerg player. From what I saw with Zerg Tannis cheesing basically every game against him. But maybe that's changed. Who knows? Excited to see how this game turns out. Both players probably have quite a bit of ping. Tebs is on about 200. Flesh is on like 140 ish. Um, one is from Europe and the other is from Australia. So that may affect their micro a little bit. Tebs with the SCV scout to start. Still very standard timings. Imagine we will see he's floating a lot of money. So he's either going for an early CC or, yep, there's the orbital. And it looks like we're going to have a CC going down on the low ground. There it is. Pool is morphing. Hatch is morphing. Um, Flesh is mining gas. So we'll probably be seeing link speed at a normal time. Everything completely stock standard. Going for that Overlord kill, which would actually supply block Flesh right now if he gets it. Come on. Oh, may not have been able to stutter step on the ping, but oh, this is unfortunate. It has 1 health. Well, 10 health, but it's basically 1 hit. Not worth using a scan, but I have seen Terrans, who really want that Overlord go and fly a building over there just so that they can go and kill it. We have factory, starport, or sorry, factory and barracks. Another barracks coming down for Tebs. Starting another gas, orbital command on the second command center. So far, everything completely stock standard. Zergling speed and a Baneling nest coming up for Flesh. Teb starting the wall off. Definitely want that against any Zerg player. But yeah, not a whole lot to talk about right now. Baneling Nest is finished. I imagine we will be seeing a lair morph in fairly soon so that we can get that Baneling speed upgrade. It's very important when going against a Terran player. Alright, Overlord Scout. So Flesh has a pretty good idea of what exactly he is going up against. We take a look. He sees the starport finishing. He sees, a couple of barracks, tech lab. He's got a good idea. On the other hand, Tebs sees basically nothing. If I'm Tebs, I would maybe want to like pump out a Viking so that I can just get a scout of Flesh's base, just like you rally it across the map and through, just so I can see what he is building. This is a little bit of a scary position where Tebs has no idea what Flesh has on the other side of the map. Roach Warren coming up for Flesh. All right, couple of medevacs coming up for Tebs. A few more barracks in production. We've got a siege tank that just started. Third base down for Flesh. Tebs is going to mine out to take the third over here, but you know he doesn't know that Flesh has expanded in that direction as well, and this totally opens up a back door into his base. Oh, Flesh spots the drop. But does he see it? It's hard to see where Flesh's camera is looking because the purple box blends in with all the creep over there. Drop is coming in. Hydra Den goes down. 1-1 ranged and armor upgrade start for Zerg. So is this going to be a Roach all in then? Oh, Tebs doesn't start the Marines dropping. Okay, there's the stem. He gets the Queen. Oh, pick up the Marines. Okay, so he sees what's going on. Zerglings, Roaches. Ooh. And a couple of Marines go down. I'm going to assume that was more ping related, but good on Tebs for putting some pressure on the Zerg. Don't know if Tebs spotted the... He did not spot the third base, so he might think that this is a two base all in. Tebs is moving out now to this low ground, but he's opened up a pretty big hole in his defenses. Because now the Zerg doesn't have to go and smash Banelings into these depots to bust it. They can just go in through the back door where there's nothing to stop them. Armory going down, second starport, second factory. Tebs has a lot of production. This is a very good thing. Looks like we're maybe going for a Marine tank push. If I'm Flesh, I might try, if I have enough to hold, like to do a Zergling run by or something into the back of this base while this attack is going on. Ooh, that might have been... I don't know that that stim was really necessary there, Tebsy. Oh, he's not set up. Ooh, the Baneling connections are good. That was a painful fight for Tebs. Maybe pushed a little bit too far when, he knows that Flesh knows he's coming. Looks like there's a bit of lag for both players. If I'm Tebs, and I don't play Terran, so this may be horrible advice. Like, flat out, this might be horrible advice. If I'm Terran and I'm playing on 200 ping, I'm pumping out siege tanks, I'm making planetaries, I am going to play that Turtle Terran style that requires me to not go and have to rely on my micro. Now, maybe Tebs doesn't play that style. He does play pretty standard bio ball or like marine tank, um, but he might not play that turtle Terran style that so many people absolutely detest. Ooh, but there is a big attack from Flesh moving across the map. He's got 40 more army supply than Tebs does. These SCVs need to get run away. This command center needs to be lifted up, but I think it's too late. All right, we got the army from Tebs. Bit of lag, probably some bad server connections.
Game
Oop,
paused.
pause from Flesh. Looks like we just got to pause for some lag. Yeah, lowering some graphic settings might actually help, especially if it's like a performance thing. I don't think anything I say they can actually see, so yeah, as an observer, I'm pretty sure that like they can't see anything that I say. So I'm just gonna let them try to figure it out. And
Game resumed.
maybe this will help. I think Flesh just has so much more army than Tebs does, though. Actually, I say that, but Tebs is up to 80 army supply now. He's rebuilding this command center. It's really important that he not get stuck on only two bases. Um, but yeah, he is playing that Terran siege style. Just got to be careful of the flank. He should knock down these rocks so that he can't get flanked, or at least they have to kill the rocks before they can flank him. All right. Ooh, Thor is here. All right, we got the Flesh sees the siege up position and wants none of it. We do have a bit of lag here. Oh, Liberator moves up, sieges up, and gets sniped by the Hydras. We can try the central and the western servers and see what the difference is. I remember I played on the Australian server and the lag was like pretty bad. So, ooh, good pullback from Tabs, bringing them into his siege tanks. But there is so much Zerg here. There is so much Zerg. I don't think that there is enough here for Tebs. Yeah, the army supply is decimated. And this command center needs to be a planetary, honestly. What are we morphing in here? These lurkers? Lurkers. Ooh. I don't think Tebs has any ghosts. He had some liberators, but All right, both players say that they don't think the lag is really affecting their performance. Tebs lifts up the command center. Lurkers burrow. Trying to get the command center out of there, but it's probably going to go down to these Hydras. And for the record, this is not my stream lagging. This is actually how laggy it is in game because of where these players are located. But that's not something they can control, unfortunately. Okay, if Tebs can get a sieged up position here, then maybe he can hold this back. But 114 army supply for Flesh, that is absolutely massive. Yeah, and you can't really attack into the lurkers either as Terran. You have to make the Zerg come to you. But I think that this is probably GG for... oh, no. Flesh is retreating. Maybe a bit of lag there. A miscommand. But he can't chase onto those lurkers. Or can he? Does he have enough? No. Not a great idea. Just like how Tebs wants the Zerg to run into his fortified position, Flesh wants Tebs to run in and try to fight his lurkers. Behind this, though, Flesh has 5 bases. Tebs has 3. Um, Tebs has been trying to expand, but Flesh has been doing a really good job pressuring him. And with the 3-3 upgrades having finished for Flesh, I'm not sure that Tebs has enough of an economy to actually try to fight this. Flesh is going to remax his army. He's got 2k minerals and 1k gas in the bank, and I think at that point he will just have enough to steamroll Tebs. But Tebs put up a good fight. Like, there's not much I could say here that he should have done differently. There was a couple of miscontrols, but when playing on 200 ping, that's kind of to be expected. He's played a very solid game. Yeah. But this army going down, I think, is the nail in the coffin. Oh, the maniacal laughter. At least I read it as maniacal. Screams of my Marines. Yeah. If I'm Tebs, I GG out at this point because I think that um, this probably is not a winnable position. But no, he's gonna make Zergtan, or not Zergtan, sorry, Flesh play for it. Pay for it. I'm so used to casting Zergtanis as a Zerg lately. And there's the GG, well played. And we're out. All right, so Flesh took game number 1. Okay, here we go, getting into game two of Flesh versus Tebs. Honestly, I don't really know what to change in Tebs' gameplay. I'm not a Terran player, and he had some pretty solid looks there. Uh, I think most of the army miscontrol was due to ping, unfortunately. This should be fair as both players on this server seem to get 156 milliseconds, so they will both lag equal amounts. My overlay is offset just a little from the map and it's bugging me in this loading screen. Okay, getting into game number two of our best of five series. We have in the bottom corner with the blue Terran SCVs, Tebs. And in the top corner with the purple Zerg drones, we have Flesh. All right. So both these players played a great game. And this is another huge map. This is a macro map. So what I want to see from Tebs is maybe a little bit of a more turtley style, unless he's feeling confident on this ping. Grab a bunch of bases, get up a bunch of siege tanks and planetaries, liberators. Play that turtle Terran style and make Flesh pay for every inch of ground he tries to take. Um, Flesh, honestly, played really well that last game. I don't have much to say about his performance. Both him and Tebs had some great looks. Okay, so yep, stock standard start. Tebs really has his early build order down. It is like the same every time. Normal time pool, gas, nothing out of the ordinary, no cheese. I don't think I've ever seen Tebs cheese a player, so I don't expect him to start now. CC on the low ground. Orbital command coming up. With the building the CCs on the low ground, if Flesh ever wanted to be annoying, he could always like pool first and rush some Zerglings over there to stop it. But I don't necessarily think that that is a net gain, especially not with the way that Flesh plays this heavy macro style. I think he's better off just sticking to that. But sometimes it is funny to go and annoy your opponents, especially in a multi-game series. Oh, I guess I need to up. Oh, oh, Teb's Flesh. Update his score on my in-game overlay. Even worker counts. Couple of safety lings to prevent the Reaper harass or Hellion harass. Got overlords on the pillars. Got a double racks factory start. So same as last game for Tebs. Double racks factory. So 2-1-1 probably. As the next thing I assume he'll build will be a starport to get those medevacs out to start looking to drop Flesh. Pretty sure, if I remember correctly, in the first amateur league game I ever played, I played against Tebs, and he beat me in that very first game. Yep, there's the starport coming up. Might be worth getting a Viking out and just going hunting for balloons. See if we can find those overlords. Or just to do a scout of what Flesh is making. Baneling Nest coming up in the natural. Flesh has not pulled out of gas to maximize his mineral production. He's actually oversaturated in his main and undersaturated in his natural. Actually, now oversaturated in both. Um, a lot of Zerg players, to maximize their minerals after getting link speed started, will actually pull the 3 drones out of gas to the natural to increase their mineral income. Got a reactor coming down on the starport, so classic Tebs 211 siege tank on the high ground just to be safe. Spots the overlord. Third base coming up for Flesh. Roach Warren in the back of the main. Looks like maybe we're going for a bit of a run by or an attack. Overlord is going to scout. Marines are there to shoot it down. I really like this from Flesh. Hide a couple of Zerglings in the corner of the map. One, it helps you scout drops that are coming in from the corners, especially if you put like one here and here. But also, you can then go and counterattack when he pushes out and go for a Ling run by. All right, what else do we have on the production tab? Looks like Flesh is just holding down the drone key. Ooh, we got a couple of Liberators going out. They will get spotted by this Overlord, but they might be able to get some damage done if Flesh is not paying close attention. A couple of Evo chambers that are about to start morphing, knocking down rocks. Oh no, they were on attack move. They started attacking the Overlord. There's no way Flesh is going to miss this now. Yep, the Spore Crawlers start up instantly in the third. The Queen is on alert. And I think that Tebs might realize it. Nope, he's going in. Okay, so you can set them up. Maybe get that Queen. Oh, but that's in range of the Spore. You can still go and get a bunch of drones here. Good harass, 5 drones and a Queen. That is not small. Got more spores in the main and a Queen. Might be able to get that Queen. Oh. Oh, I don't think that Queen is in the... I think this is just to like stop him from A-moving it, but there's not enough room here. Both Liberators go down. Ouch. Alright, Tebs, let's get an orbital and a planetary up over here. You have eBays, so you have the tech. You've got 4 supply depots going down over there in the natural. Got a bunch of tanks. We need to get up to 3 base economy. Oh, there is the command center. I just missed it in the main. Flying on over. Important to stay within 1 base economy of his opponent. You expect that a Zerg will always have more bases than you. It's kind of just how Zerg works, and they have cheaper hatcheries. But if you can get, stay within 1 base of them, and especially with, Terran mules, then you're doing good. Ooh. Bunch of Lings go down to those siege tank shots. But Lurker Den morphing in the main for Flesh. He does seem to like playing Hydra Ling. Still maybe want a siege tank parked over here. What do each side know? So Tebs knows that there's a third. He spotted a couple of things in the main, but he doesn't really have much of an idea of what Flesh is doing. Flesh, on the other hand, has a pretty good idea of what Tebs is doing, but does not see this attack moving out, I don't think. And Tebs actually has a massive army, 83 supply to 57. Now, catching a Marauder in the middle of the map, this should tell Flesh that he's in danger. No one walks a Marauder to the middle of the map for no reason. Like, Flesh needs to start morphing in as much army as he possibly can, because this attack from Tebs is knocking on his door. And this could be a game-ending push if Tebs plays right. Medivacs, come on, heal! Okay. 81 to 36, no Banelings. I think this is GG. There is lag for both players. Come on, if he can get in before those lurkers finish. Come on, Tebs. Go, go, go. Oh, he snipes them. That's all the lurkers that were on the production tab. Yeah, this should be GG. 93 to 28 army supply. And Tebs takes game 2 off of Flesh. We have ourselves a series. 1-1, Tebs versus Flesh. Okay, looks like Flesh is... Okay, looks like we're doing a restart of PCs to try and see if that helps with the lag. And then we will be back in with Flesh versus Tebs. Yeah, it must be tough having players from Australia and EU play each other, because uh, that is a huge difference in ping. So the score is now 1-1, Flesh versus Tebs. Both players are just doing a quick restart of their PCs. Once that is finished, I'll get them invited back into a lobby. We have played King's Cove and El Dorado so far. I'm just going to wait for those players to get back, and then we will get into it again. I feel bad for Mole. He like speed ran the other side of the bracket, and this side has taken a while to play out. Gonna do a quick be right back while we wait for those players to get back in. All right, looks like Tebs is back in, and we are just waiting on Flesh. Oh, thank you for the follow. Ley lines for map 3. So we are getting into it. Uh, Imperator 91, thanks for the follow. We are on a 3-minute delay, so it's going to take a little while before you hear this, but ley lines, so observer plus plus bug fixes. So let's see if the central server is any different. So, for anyone that is just tuning in, these two players, one is in Australia and one is in Europe. So, there is not a great server for either of them to play against each other on. All right, here we go, getting into our game three, Flesh versus Tebs. Both these players dealing with a lot of ping issues, but putting in a Herculean effort. Alrighty, in the top corner with the purple Zerg drones, we have Flesh. And in the bottom corner with the red Terran SCVs, we have Tebs. Okay. I have no idea what the ping is like for both of these players right now. Hopefully, it's not too bad. And we seem to have loaded in fast in the last couple of games. My ping is currently at 23 milliseconds. But I'm an observer, so it doesn't matter. Thank you to everyone who has, followed the stream today. I need one more follower to get to 50 followers. One of the requirements for affiliate is to have 50 followers, so that is a huge one to knock out of the park. All right, stock standard builds, regular timings. These two players are very macro focused, and they don't really do anything out of the ordinary or odd. Not a lot to talk about so far. Tebs had a great Marine tank push in the last game that kind of just ended the game. I think that Flesh didn't really have his units grouped up together too much. Um, and so because of that, he kind of just lost bits and pieces of his army as Tebs was steamrolling in with that Marine tank push. Marine Marauder tank. And for Tebs, I think he sticks to his guns on this one. He plays that stock standard style. He goes to those Marine tank pushes that he likes so much because he showed that he can make it work. He hit with a good timing in that last game. And if he can do something similar in this one, it is going to work out for him. Looks like, again, Flesh not pulling out of gas. after starting the Ling speed research. So maybe looking to do roaches, banelings, something he needs that gas for, and not just playing speed Ling to kind of protect himself at the beginning. Um, all right, got the orbitals coming up for Tebs. Got, is it 2-1-1 again? Looks like it. Lair morphing in for Flesh. I assume this is going to be for Baneling speed, but it could be for something to do with roaches. Maybe he's doing a 2-base roach push. My assumption, though, because the Baneling nest went down, this is to get a faster Baneling speed. All right, we got our 2 barracks up, a couple of Marines in production. Ooh, we produced a Hellion for Tebs before the tech lab. So maybe just looking to scout around a bit and see what he can find. The last couple of games, Tebs has not had a good idea of what his opponent is doing. Um, Starport in the back of the base. And you can play, like, some players never scout. I don't necessarily like that playstyle, but they make it work. We've got some Banelings morphing in for Flesh. See what each of our players sees on their sides of the map. So Flesh knows that there's, standard opening, hatch, or sorry, not hatch, command center that went down, so that'll be up. Tebs also saw the spawning pool and the hatchery. Neither side has seen anything else since that point. Um, Both are basically even. Like, Flesh is only up about 7 workers on. Tebs has not gone for a third expansion. Which is Zerg, you always kind of want to be up a base on your opponent. You don't want to be even in bases, and especially with those mules, like Terran is down. Actually, Terran is even in workers, and mules are going to go and help tip the scales in that income on 2 bases. All right, I like this from Flesh, getting the scout, but he scouts just that. It is the most standard of standard openings from Tebs. This is what Tebs has played every game so far. Third base goes down at the 5-minute mark. This feels very late. Hydra Den is up, researching the Hydra speed upgrade. No Roach Warren, but that's not strictly necessary. Tebs doesn't do a lot of Hellion play. Also, I just had flashbacks to muting myself for like half of an entire game last week. Needed to check my settings to make sure I wasn't muted and talking to no one. Okay, so Tebs is filling a couple medevacs. Looks like he is going to try dropping the main and the natural. While also producing a third command center. Things seem to be going a lot smoother this game for both players. So I'm not sure if we, restarting their PCs helped with the lag, or something else, or if we just got lucky on the central server for some reason. But it does seem to be an improvement over the last couple of games. But we also haven't had any fighting, so I should be holding my judgment of that probably. Spore crawlers up in the natural and the main uh, for Flesh. Ooh, sniping the overlords might actually be very good. Ooh, those Baneling connections. Unfortunately, all the Marines went on a suicide mission, but Flesh is now supply blocked. That is a pretty massive army, 46 to 33 after those losses. So Tebs is going to have to kind of run home, this an empty medevac? Was that from one of the drops, or did he just throw it over there to try and like distract? Oh no, you can't drop this command center. You need to pull that out. Oh, these Marines probably do beat those Hydras with the medevacs and stim, so that was a pretty hefty number of Zerglings lost, but for 11 SCVs, probably worth. Alright, let's get up some command centers here, like some planetaries. We're morphing an orbital in, but I'd like to see Tebs go and build like a planetary right beside this to kind of help the defense. He's moved a couple of his tanks up, that's good. He is fortifying this position. I'm not sure if he's checking for overlords. Does he see this one here? Oh, he should just see it. Kill that overlord. On the other hand, Flesh is morphing in more banelings. I think this is a good decision with how marine heavy the army from Tebs has been. Another overlord goes down. Tebs has a personal vendetta against these scouting overlords. But he needs to be careful with his, depots down here, and no actual tanks except one on the high ground in his main. No real defenses. If a Ling run by gets in there and gets into the mineral line, it is going to do a lot of damage. Fourth base coming up for Flesh. A couple of medevacs loaded up for Tebs. Gonna go put the pressure on. Hopefully he keeps producing. Like to see him try to expand. Oh, the Zergling spotted. But does Flesh see it? Zergling spot the move out, but I don't know that Flesh actually saw it. But Tebs can probably drop and deny this fourth base. That is so many Hydralisks. Flesh loves his Hydralisks. Oh, he might just barely not see it. Oh, he does. He's going to try and go for it. Stim those Marines. Alright, now load up and run. Oh. It's a little bit of a delayed reaction from Tebs there, but he did get the hatchery. I don't think that there was a cancel there. At least I didn't see one. No, it finished. It finished. So it couldn't be canceled. But, the Marines do pay the ultimate price. I would not want to be a Marine in Tebs' army or any army, like any StarCraft army, but that's not the point. Most of those Marines do not get return home trips. So what upgrades do we have for Tebs? +2 infantry weapons is about to finish. +1 infantry armor, +2 infantry armor is about halfway. What upgrades do we have for the Zerg? Got 2-2 ranged and oh no, the lurkers. Lurkers getting great trades in that last fight there. Tebs is trying to lure portions of Flesh's army into his tanks, but now he's going forward into the lurkers. Flesh, buddy, you gotta back out of this. Like, you don't want to be here. Okay, you sniped a tank, which is pretty good, but I still think this was a losing trade for you. What does Pig call it? Chucking a Zerg? Where the Zerg just endlessly rams its forces into the most heavily defended part of the enemy army? This needs to be a planetary, and it needed to be one yesterday. We have a Thor. Thor is not really great against Lurkers. Lurkers deal bonus damage to Armored. Thor, I think, also deals bonus damage to Armored and is tanky, but... As a Protoss player, I hate Lurkers. Okay, there's some overstimming going here. Oh no, he's moving into the Lurkers! Oh no, there goes Tebs' entire army! Oh, that that was hard to watch. SCVs need to be repairing the planetary. Planetary goes down. Oh, it was looking so good for Tebs until it wasn't. It was looking so good. I thought that Tebs had this game. Oh, definitely can sense that frustration coming out from Tebs on in this one. So Flesh takes game 2. I forgot to put the score in the overlay. I just realized. Um, that is my bad. Honestly, both players played that so well. This was the most playable game so far. Okay, we'll stick with Central. Okay. All right, just doing some chatting. Looks like they're both ready. And we're going to get into game number 4. This is match point for Flesh. Can Tebs bring it back? Alrighty. In the top corner with the purple Zerg drones on match point, we have Flesh. And in the bottom corner with the red Terran SCVs, hoping to take this game, we have Tebs. and keep his tournament run alive. Okay. So this is 1-2, Flesh versus Tebs, game number 4 on Frostline. Both of these players like to play extremely stock standard. I don't imagine I'm going to have very much to talk about in this early game. Barracks going down for Tebs, Hatchery going down in just a second. There it goes for Flesh. And we'll see the gas and the pool, I imagine. No proxy hatch shenanigans or 12 pools or anything like that coming out of Flesh. An honorable macro Zerg. Alright, Overlord Scouts going across the map. This map is usually pretty Zerg favored. It is one of my often vetoed maps against Zerg. Alright, spawning pool goes down. Oh, Reaper coming out from Tebs. That's different. Going for a Reaper Scout, I guess, instead of an SCV Scout. Command Center goes down. Put on a little pressure with the Reaper. Alright, Flesh is at 76 gas, so we'll be seeing Ling speed starting up in just a second for him. Reaper going across the map for Tebs. Maybe spotted by the Overlord. Don't know if Flesh noticed it or not. Queen is about halfway done. Ling speed is started. A couple of safety Lings coming out. And once again, Flesh not pulling out of gas to boost his minerals. Oversaturated in the main as well. Reaper, harassing some drones. No response so far for Micro. There's the response. The Lings and the Queen go after it. Might be able to get a couple of drones here. Oh, so close. Feel like Tebs was macroing something back at home. Starting off with a Marauder. That's interesting. Flesh has not really shown themselves to be heavily playing roaches, so a Marauder start is interesting. May have been a fat finger of a hotkey. Barracks goes down. Or second barracks goes down, I should say. Got a whole bunch of SCVs stuck up here. Did we just cancel and... Oh no, Marauder did pop. I mean, Tebs could channel his inner Euthermal and go for a Penguin Brothers all in with Marauders and Hellbats. That would be funny. I don't think it's going to happen, but it would be funny. Baneling Nest goes down for Flesh. Spore Crawlers in the main, and the natural in case of Liberator play. Tebs did get quite a bit of damage done with a Liberator previously. Scout's the type of army that Tebs is going for, which is kind of confusing to me, even just watching this. A couple of Marauders, maybe to tank Baneling hits. And a Hellion tank coming out now. Not a lot of synergy in those, but Flesh is going to meet it in standard Zerg style with lots of Zerglings. Evo Chamber is going down. Lair, not Hive, upgrade for Flesh. A number of Overlords split across the map, but the middle, ironically, has no vision. Tebs can walk these units up, and Flesh won't know until they arrive. Alright, another Hellion pops for Tebs. Reaper going to scout around, probably looking for the third. Or just taking the fastest route. Alright, siege that tank up, like, right here, Tebs. Siege it before you go in. Siege it. That tank was almost not sieging time. If I'm Flesh, I cancel this hatch. Come on, get the cancel. Oh, no cancel. That's 300 minerals down, or 275, I guess, down the drain. Tebs is just rallying units across the map now. Is this just going to be turn into an all-in? If he gets an armory and can turn those Hellions into Hellbats instead, that would actually be huge. Oh, the Flesh is going to get the surround. There are so many Zerglings. This is really what I hate about playing against Zerg, is they overmake for defense, and then as soon as they've dealt with the attack, it becomes a counterattack. Oh, that's not walled off. Where are these SCVs going? Well. Oh no, the wall is down. Oh, this is probably just a Ling Flood victory for Flesh. Oh, what a way to end the tournament run. This is so much damage. And the depot up top is still down. And the Zerglings get into the main, they get the tank. What a way to end this tournament run. I think this is too much damage. I don't think that Tebs can come back from this. More Zerglings. The depot is still down. You gotta raise that depot. Okay, Tebs is still in the game for now, but losing that many workers is going to make it very hard for him to continue. Mules are putting in work. Without mules, this would just be absolutely hopeless. I think Tebs is going to try to go for an all-in with what he has, but I just don't think he has enough. Yep, Flesh is still coming across the map. Oh, this is such a dangerous position to put yourself in. And without that tank being sieged, this is the rest of Tebs' army. He's got no economy, no army, and this is probably GG. And that depot is still down. Raise the depot, Tebs. Raise the depot, Tebs. Oh no. The Hydras are in the base. And it is a sad end to what was looking like a great run for Tebs. Oh, that is just so unfortunate. So, Tebs, I think, takes third place, probably. I don't want to say that definitely because Jackals withdrew earlier due to ISP issues. I don't know if he is still facing those issues. Um, Okay, let's swap back to our tournament brackets briefly because this will be the conclusion of the semifinals, which means we have Multastic against Flesh, a ZVZ final. Oh, it looks like Jackals is now launching StarCraft, so Jackals may be looking to play in the third place match after earlier. Hopefully his ISP is working and him and Tebs have a good third place best of five. All right. So next up is going to be Flesh and Moltastic. Staying this group for now. Moltastic is not in StarCraft, it appears. He was in my stream not that long ago. Let's edit the stream title. Gonna remove tabs. uh, I was not a fan when I was playing Zerg of playing ZVZs either. But I would rather play a ZVZ any day over a PvP. I hate Protoss versus Protoss. Change my best of 7 layout here. See what the vetoes are going to be when they get into it. Best of 7. I really want to go back and cast the Zergtanis Tebs series, and maybe even the other ones if I have a chance. I might see if I can get some of those guys to send me their replays. So I'm bring up my overlay again. Flesh versus Old Stick. ZVZ for the finals. So our first veto is El Dorado. And second veto is Neon Violet Square. Alright, so that's two of the more annoying maps, in my opinion, in this map pool out of the way, though Flesh seems to like El Dorado. Okay, so what is our first map? First map is Ultra Love. Second map from Flesh is King's Cove. So I'm going to just move this over a little bit so I can make it a little bit bigger. Then Ley Lines, map 3. Whispers of Gold for map 4. Whispers of Gold is not showing up. Is it somewhere? Oh, there it is. Abyssal Reef is map 5. Frostline is map 6. Which leaves Amygdala as the final map if we go all the way to a game 7. Okay, so first map, Ultra Love. All right, here we go. Initiate bracket finals: Multastic versus Flesh. A ZVZ to close out the bracket. All right, in the bottom corner with the yellow Zerg drones, we have Multastic. And in the top corner with the purple Zerg drones, we have Flesh. All right, so I have not seen either of these players play a ZVZ before, um, but everything I've seen so far shows them playing very heavily macro styled. Now I know all of that goes out the window in a mirror matchup, like a ZVZ, PvP, whatever. Okay, so Multastic has a gas first opening into a pool from the looks of it, while Flesh is going for a hatch first. So is he just looking to do a Ling Flood? That's kind of my assumption here. That this is going to be a Ling Flood uh, from one end of the map to the other, just looking to either probably two base Ling Flood Flesh. Yeah, he is already halfway to getting the minerals, or sorry, the gas he needs for Ling speed. So he is going to try and get that upgrade started right away, and then funnel as many Lings as he can across the map. Queen going down, or starting, as well as some Lings for Multastic. And the spawning pool of Flesh is not even finished making yet. So we're at 100. Yep, there goes the Ling speed, and we have pulled out of gas entirely. So we're not looking to do roaches or banelings or anything like that. This is a pure Ling Flood all in. Okay. Flesh, on the other side of the map, has no idea that this is coming. He is just macroing up, playing like he normally does, a little oversaturated in his main. Queen walks down. Oh, he spots the Lings coming across the map if he was paying attention. With those extra workers, I'd be throwing down a spine or two. Maybe trying to wall off the front. My rule of thumb is usually by about 3 minutes, I'm trying to wall off the front as a Zerg so that I can block it with the Queen. Because Ling speed is just about to pop for Flesh. Or sorry, not Flesh, for Multastic. Don't chase this. Why are you chasing this, man? This is an all-in. You scouted that this is an all-in. Alright, there's the Ling speed. Metabolic boost is complete. We have Banelings coming up for Flesh. But we are just going to be flooding Lings across the map. It's the entire purposes of the build that Multastic is going for. Okay, now he's having to go home. I think he's realized that, Banelings are coming up. The Roach Warren goes down. That this strategy is not going to work. Flesh only had a very slight eco advantage on Multastic, though. So, this is perfectly viable to transition out of into playing either a macro style or maybe a Roach, two-base Roach all-in, something like that. Alright, 31 workers for Flesh, 32 for 26 for Multastic. So Flesh does still have the eco advantage, and he has been mining gas the entire time, unlike Multastic, who pulled out of it at the beginning once his Ling speed was started. So it does make it a little bit easier for Flesh to get some tech going. But if he doesn't see, which does he see? Oh, he does see the Roach Warren. He should know that this is coming. But I don't know that he has looked on the other side of the map to see the Roach Warren that's been built in view of his Overlord. He's expanding to a third, which not a bad idea, but he needs to get like some roaches out. Because the fact that Multastic hasn't kept pressuring him should tell him he's teching up to something. And he needs to have a way to respond to it. Oh, he just barely doesn't see the roaches that are right there. $42 to 37 workers in favor of Flesh, but 20 to 28 army supply. Third base goes down to Multastic. Okay, I was assuming this was going to be a 1-1 Roach speed timing attack on the side of Multastic, but that does not appear to be the case, as both players just continue to macro up. Multastic going for the Overlord Scout, which will probably show him that there is no Roach Warren, at least not in base. The main base, that is. 48 to 45 workers. Honestly, I feel like Multastic should be further behind in economy than he is after that opening, but... Okay, Overlord goes down. Supply block hits. Yeah, still 24 to 34 army supply, and those roaches are pretty terrifying. The Banelings aren't going to do much about those, but if you can get a good connection against the rest of the Lings, a good chunk of that army is going to melt. I still don't think that Flesh has enough stuff. He needs to be producing army, and he needs, honestly, roaches. Baneling speed is going to be really great here. A couple of Overseers. I guess maybe Multastic's a little worried about Lurkers, potentially. Trying to bait out those Banelings, because he realizes that he doesn't have very many of them. Multastic is up to 70 army supply. Oh, but the Mutas! I didn't even spot the Spire in the back. The Mutaling. Yeah. You know, roaches are really great for all ins, but they can't shoot up. And you might be able to get a couple of Ravager Biles, but probably doesn't matter. Okay. Multastic calls it GG. Game 1 goes to Flesh. Okay. So first map was Ultra. Second map is King's Cove. Oh no, Flesh is actually out of the game. Ooh, my overlay just bugged out there for a second. Gotta be right back from Flesh. I can see it now watching the 3 minute delay on my stream. I can see the spire on the production tab. I just entirely missed it, focusing on the armies of the two. And it came in at just perfect, the just perfect moment for Flesh. Yeah, there's the 8 mutas on the production tab. Those mutas popped at just the perfect time for Flesh. Okay, looks like Flesh is back. All right, getting into game 2. Multastic versus Flesh in this best of 7 series of Zerg versus Zerg for the Season 1 major tournament of the Amateur StarCraft League Initiate Bracket. This is the Bronze to Platinum leagues, our Metal League players. All right, in the bottom corner with the yellow Zerg drones, we have Multastic. And in the top corner with our purple Zerg drones, we have Flesh. All right, so both of these players played a very solid game last time. Multastic went for a early Ling Flood build, um, and he actually looked like he had the upper hand to start on Flesh, um, but he wasn't able to really do any significant damage. Turned into a bit of a macro game, and Flesh got a little bit lucky. Though maybe it wasn't luck, maybe I'm just misrepresenting and underestimating his skill, because he went for a Spire and he got mutas out at literally the perfect moment to go and stop Multastic's attack. And Multastic just GG'd out, and I don't blame him. It would have been hard to come back from that position. Okay, I'm not seeing anything too cheeky this game. Multastic going hatch gas pool, pretty standard. Um, Flesh also going hatch gas pool, and their timings look to be very similar. Little bit of an earlier gas for Flesh, but both within normal timings. All right, I wonder what this game will bring. Neither of these players, from what I've seen, have played like kind of the same stuff all the time. We've seen some different builds. We've seen them changing it up. So we saw mutas for the first time in that last series or last game. Okay. So Flesh has enough now for Ling speed. We should see that start up in a second. And I'm going to assume he's going to keep in gas and use that for either Banelings or Roaches. He is not going to go and optimize for minerals. Multastic, on the other hand, going with the early expand. Um, Not really early, honestly, but earlier than what I've seen him in Flesh do lately. He's got the third hatchery up. It's been going for about at least 30 seconds, 40 seconds. Should pop soon. We've got metabolic boost, the ling speed upgrade started, and I think we pulled one drone out of gas. Might pull the others in just a second. 24 to 22 drones. Flesh has slightly more army, but if he goes across the map, Multastic's going to see it with that Overlord. Flesh, on the other hand, should see that this hatchery is right there. So he knows that Multastic is prioritizing eco, and maybe now is the time that you go for a Ling Flood yourself. There's not a whole lot in place for Multastic to actually stop Flesh if he wants to go for some aggression. No wall off, no nothing. No Baneling Nest yet. And yeah, it looks like Ling Speed is done. We're going to go for some aggression across the map. Try to avoid the common areas where the Overlord sits. But Flesh should notice, sorry, Multastic should notice that there are some Lings going across the map from that Overlord he has there. Banelings coming up, Banelings coming up. The classic ZVZ Ling Bane dance, where a few good Baneling connections cause your entire army to go poof. It's the reason why I don't play Ling Bane into ZVZ. I will always do like a 2 base Roach all in. Ooh. This hatchery is going to go down. That is sometimes the problem with prioritizing your eco in these ZVZ games. Ooh. Baneling only gets one single Ling. This is a good block by Multastic on the ramp, and lots of Lings just morphed in. Flesh has to run. He has more Zerglings on the production tab, but he cannot take this fight. And now Multastic has the advantage, at least in army supply. So he's going to go across the map. But Multastic has a significant supply lead in terms of workers on Flesh. This is going to be a little bit difficult for Flesh to hold on to. The ZVZ giveth, and the ZVZ taketh away. I really think that with that attack, Flesh was kind of hoping he could win the game. I think that he should have, after canceling the hatch, pulled back and conserved what he had. Because he is not in a good economic position. He has a Hydralisk Den going down, but Multastic's economy is significantly better. 13 workers up on him. 3 gases, Roach speed coming up, Bane speed coming up, expanding. Flesh spent too long in kind of an all-in position, and he got good damage, don't get me wrong. But it was not game-ending damage, and he needed to have pulled out and conserved what he had while focusing on his economy rather than keeping going for the aggression. Okay, we've got double Evo chamber going down from both sides. Roach speed and Hydra speed being researched. Third bases for both sides. And he should know that this Overlord is there. Flesh, that is, should know it's there. He needs to snipe that Overlord before his Hydras start coming out. You don't want Multastic to know that you have these units. Information is so important in StarCraft 2. Don't give your enemy information for free. And yep, now Multastic should see all these Hydras. Well, if he didn't see them before, he does now. Okay, snipe the Overseer. Oh, the roaches into the meat grinder. Oh, the move commanded roaches. That was painful to watch. Now, there's a whole lot more army supply on the way for Multastic. A bunch of roaches just popped. There's more in production. 1-1 ranged upgrades and armor being researched for both sides. Hydra range upgrades on the production tab. This game has been so back and forth. At this point, I don't know who's ahead. I don't know who's winning, but Multastic has a big ass roach ball. 74 supply in roaches. And he might just overwhelm Flesh right here. Also, Flesh, come on, man. You need to get rid of this Overlord that's just chilling in your base, showing everything. Got an Infestation Pit going down. Honestly, this is the time where I think that a Spire would be very useful. Like, you see that he's just got roaches. Throw down that Spire like you did last time, though. Lurkers are also very good against roaches. 51 to 52 workers, but Flesh still is down 30 army supply. But Multastic is on a timer, and he does not realize it. He doesn't realize that there is this Lurker Den coming up for Flesh, that the Hive is mutating in, and Lurkers are morphing. This Roach Ball will get shredded by Lurkers. He has a couple of Overseers. That is good. But are they enough? The Roaches are going over to the third. He... Oh no, he's not going to the third. He's going right in. Now he sees the Lurkers for the first time. Cancel this Flesh. Cancel it, cancel it, cancel it, cancel it, cancel it. Oh! Hatchery goes down, minus 300 minerals. Or 275. Yeah, it'll always be minus 300. Okay, the Lurkers move into attack range, and the Roaches just move onto them. But there are so many Roaches dying here. And Flesh is going to have Defender's advantage, where his reinforcements get there first. Overseers go down. As a casual Zerg enjoyer, I have no idea who's winning here. This is so back and forth. Every time I think that Flesh is about to like lose, you know, he gains the upper hand somehow. These Hydras are just destroying the army of Multastic. Feel like Multastic is rallying his troops as they spawn in, and not grouping his army. And there's the GG. 2-0 for Flesh. Okay, map number 3 is... Oops, scrolled too far. We were just on King's Cove, ley lines. All right, we're getting right into game number 3. I think Flesh wants to go and hammer this home. All right. In the top corner with the yellow Zerg drones, we have Multastic. And in the bottom corner with the purple Zerg drones, we have Flesh. All right, so Flesh has currently taken 2 games off of Multastic in this best of 7, showing really strong performances. But both players have been playing well. Like ZVZ, any mirror matchup is always on a knife's edge. These games could have gone either way. There's times where I thought Multastic could have definitely gone and crushed Flesh, and then Flesh somehow brings it back. And I don't really understand how he even brought it back in some of these cases. Um, both these players are playing very well. Oh, Flesh, the hatchery was just a little bit off, and so he canceled the hatch and is remaking, which puts him at basically an even timing with Multastic. I assume we're going to see for both players hatch, gas, pool. Hatch, gas, pool. Yep. Nothing out of the ordinary for both of these players. The stock standard ZVZ openers. Or stock standard Zerg openers, I should say, not necessarily ZVZ. All right, let's all lend Multastic our energy for this game. Let's hope he can get on the board. Or will Flesh continue to push his lead? Hatcheries popping for both players at basically the same time. A little bit of oversaturation in the base of Flesh. Like to see a drone transfer. We've got metabolic boost on the production tab for Flesh. And we will shortly have it for Multastic. There it is. Pretty sure both of these guys are better than me at Zerg. Um, the fact that I am Diamond doesn't mean much. I don't know the intricacies of the matchups quite this way, and ZVZ was always my worst Zerg matchup. Could never beat Bendito or Nikachu whenever I came up against them in Amateur League. Haven't seen Nikachu in a while. Wonder what he's doing. Hope he's doing well. See Bendito occasionally in the veteran bracket. Played against him last week. Had some good games. All right, little bit of a Ling skirmish here. Looks like Flesh has the army size advantage. And both Zerg are kind of just going to go back to their corners. Third base coming up for Multastic. Flesh doing a good job denying some of that scouting this game, unlike the last one. Ooh, Roach Warren coming up for Multastic. I think that what Multastic needs to do this game, if he wants to play Roaches, is get a big Roach ball and go earlier. He waited around too long. He had the army supply advantage for most of the game, but because of how long he waited, it didn't really matter. Because Flesh had things that could deal with the Roaches by that point. Getting some Roaches up. Lair coming up for Multastic. Lair also coming up for Flesh. If Flesh does not actually spot that Roaches are in production, he might overmake on a bunch of Banelings, start Baneling speed, and devote a bunch of resources to a unit that is not going to do him a whole lot of good against the incoming Roach Ball. There are 4 drones in this army. Hopefully, Multastic realizes, as that is a big chunk of his worker advantage currently over Flesh. Please realize that you have drones in your army. Please. Please. They should be on minerals, not over here. Okay, we've got a couple more geysers going down for Flesh. Baneling speed. Oh, looks like Flesh is lagging a bit, but no pause. I'm also not seeing anything that would indicate lag as the caster. So we've got a 30 supply army to 43 for Multastic. And if Multastic can go and get a big enough roach ball, you don't want to send these lings ahead, you need your roaches to arrive with them. Your roaches need to suck up those baneling hits. Oh, we do snipe the queen, which is good. Couple of lings go down to a baneling, but this is probably a good fight for Multastic. All those banelings go down, and the roaches can push in. This is where we should be making roaches, rallying them across the map. Multastic has 50 army supply. Have everything hit. Oh, the Spire is coming up, though, for Flesh against these roaches. And this is not going to get scouted, but he still has some time to deal damage with these roaches before the mutas pop. And if he can do enough damage, honestly, the mutas should not be able to win the game. Okay, but that is a lot of lings. Okay, we've got a couple of Mutalisks coming up. So this might just be enough to kind of force Multastic off. Probably not enough to just straight out win the game, though. There are 15 roaches. He needs some Hydras or something to deal with the eventual Muta transition. 4 more Mutas coming up. 76 to 48 army. I think the biggest problem that Multastic is having is that Flesh adapts quicker to the situation on the map. But I think that he can still go in, regardless of these mutas, and do a whole bunch of damage. Yeah. He needs to be getting spore crawlers up at home. But with this, he can just absolutely decimate the drone count of Flesh. This is the right move. Maybe even kill the Spire or the hatcheries. He can go into Hydras. He can go into... No, finish the hatch! Finish the hatch! It was one hit! Now he is getting 25 drones. This is an insane amount of damage. This is going to force Flesh to be all in with his mutas. But if... Oh, the fact that this hatch is still alive, though. But if... Oh, there's no spore crawlers. There's no spore crawlers. He didn't build any spores at home. And he has some hydras in production. But oh, no. If he had built, he has 1,500 resources, and he's only building spores as the mutas arrive. This is that classic scenario of Zerg overbuilds to defend, and then they turn it into an attack. Oh no, this is going to be Multastic snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. Or maybe not. Maybe he has enough of the Hydras. A couple of these spores are getting built. He's got 1,500 minerals. Spam out a queen from every hatchery. You just need units. Send those roaches across the map to go and finish that hatchery. Like, they're not going to help you against these mutas. Okay, those mutas did way more damage than they ever should have been able to. Now the Zergling run by. Multastic is still sitting at 35 workers. Flesh is sitting at 19, and that's the game for Multastic. All right, Multastic gets on the board. Okay, what was our next map? Whispers? Whispers. A great rush map. So we are currently sitting 2-1, Multastic and Flesh. Sorry, throat's a little dry, talking a lot. All right, so we're going to get into the game 4 between Multastic and Flesh. Carry out. Thank you for the follow, brother. Let's go. Hit that goal of 50 followers. Thank you so much. Oh, I see a whole bunch of people are joining and following. Thank you so much for the follows. All right. So we have in the left corner with the yellow Zerg drones, we have Multastic. And in the right corner with the purple Zerg drones, we have Flesh. All right, so this is a best of 7 series. Currently, Flesh is up 2-1 against Multastic. Multastic, we sent him our energy, and he pulled out a win in that last series. A great Roach all in. So wonder what they'll do this series, if they'll change it up at all. Both players look to be playing their standard openings. Just the hatch gas pool for Zerg. And thank you guys for tuning in and dropping those couple of follows, helping me hit that goal. I really appreciate it. I am pushing for affiliate, and I really appreciate you following me. If you've never watched any StarCraft 2 before, well, you're going to get to see some Zerg versus Zerg. I know it's an old game, but it's still a lot of fun to play. It is actually now free to play on Blizzard, and I think it's actually in Game Pass now as well. Great old RTS game. This is the final series in the Initiate bracket of the StarCraft 2 Amateur League major tournament. There is a $30 I think prize pool on the line. $15 to the winner, $10 to second place, and $5 to third place. Okay, so both players, standard openings, getting their spawning pools up. Imagine we'll be seeing Ling speed and our typical openers. Both these players play extremely standard. We haven't seen too much cheese or anything out of the ordinary. Got some safety lings out. This is the I don't want to die to something stupid or unexpected. So you always build those 4 to 6 lings just to keep yourself protected. Early hatch going down for Multastic. Both these players preferring to take a little longer to expand. Okay, so we've got pretty similar worker accounts, but Flesh has prioritized a little bit more army over workers. Though now he's up in workers. It's going to be so back and forth between these two. They basically play the exact same openers every time. All right. No real interactions yet. I think both of these players are going to play a little bit safer this game than in previous. Yeah, you can see Multastic is setting up the wall. He doesn't want to get Ling flooded this game. Both players are on the board. They're hungry for the win. And they don't want to die to anything stupid or cheesy. All right, Roach Warren +1 missile attack upgrades. I think that Flesh is just going to go for, sorry, not Flesh, Multastic is going to go for, the Zerg's first timing attack with the +1 ranged Roach speed. It has seemed to be his bread and butter in the series. On the other hand, Flesh is going for an early Hydra Den, so he's likely spotted the roaches. We can see his point of view. Yeah, he sees the roaches, he sees the Evo chambers. He knows what this is. On the other hand, Multastic has seen nothing of his opponent's side of the map. Hydra speed upgrade coming down. Second Evo chamber, +1 ranged weapons. Both players have the same economy, but Multastic has more production, and he will start to out-drone his opponent right now, having that third base, that third hatchery down. a carryout. So it's an RTS game. I don't know if you've done any other RTS gaming, like maybe Warcraft 3 back in the day, Age of Empires, anything like that. The goal is to build up a base and an army, and then go crush your opponent. There's three different races. They each play a little bit differently. Right now, we are in a Zerg versus Zerg. These are the players that made it to the final, and it's a lot of fun. There's a great community in the Amateur StarCraft League. They're all very helpful. And in general, I find the StarCraft community to be pretty welcoming and helpful to new players because it's not a big community. We're always happy when new people want to be a part of it. Okay, we got a massive Roach attack going across the map. Roachling for Multastic. He is up about 20 army supply on Flesh. But he has to be careful. Like these Hydras, this is his first time seeing them. But he might just have enough stuff that it doesn't matter. Oh no, some big losses pretty quickly. Those Hydras put out a lot of DPS. Um, but Multastic is just going to keep producing army. He's got the better economy. He's got more bases. He's got more hatcheries, more structures to produce from. So if he keeps up the pressure, I don't think that Flesh can actually hold. We're down to 22 to 32 army supply. Flesh is harassing him so that he doesn't get back scot-free. Fourth hatchery coming up from Multastic. All Multastic has to do is keep macroing behind these attacks, harassing Flesh, keeping him on the defensive while he expands, takes more bases, more economy. For anyone here that has not played StarCraft before as well, StarCraft 2, as mentioned, free to play. You can get the first campaign if you're interested in campaign gaming for free. If you have Game Pass, I believe you get all three of the campaigns for free. Um, and then you can play multiplayer and against the AI or the co-op missions for free as well. So most people just play multiplayer. A lot of people don't even bother with the campaign, but the campaign is fun. It's a good intro to a game if you've never played it before. Okay, we got the Roach Ball going across the map again. 86 army supply from Multastic compared to 46 from Flesh. Lots of units going down on the side of Flesh. 38 to 68 army supply, but Flesh does have the defender's advantage. His units will pop out first. But I think that Multastic, with the bigger economy and more bases, I think there's just too much Zerg here. If he snipes this hatchery, that is going to be huge. What's on the production tab? We've got a couple of lurkers, some lings, and some hydralisks on the production tab for Flesh. But will it be enough to stop this attack from Multastic? Lurker burrows. When they burrow, they go invisible, so the units cannot hit it. Unless there is something with detection. But Flesh is still losing the entire rest of his army. He's losing a bunch of drones. 7 drones, 8 drones go down. And the units keep coming across the map for Multastic. I think that this is just too much for Flesh to hold. Didn't make affiliate, but this was one of the goals I had to meet to be eligible. I need to stream a certain number of days and average certain numbers of viewers. So yeah. Oh, and then the GG is called by Flesh, and we have a series on our hands. It is now 2-2, Flesh versus Multastic. Okay. 172 and 148 APM for those players in that game. Wow, what a great game. So we just played Whispers of Gold. Our next map is Abyssal Reef. Uh, the Observer mod. Okay, so Multastic fighting back from a 2-0 deficit. Or an 0-2 deficit, I guess I should say. To now tie up the series 2-2 with Flesh. Just waiting on the ready from Flesh to get into this next game. All right, getting into game number 5 of this best of 7 series. Currently, the series is tied. So this is Abyssal Reef. It is another big macro map. And in the bottom corner of Abyssal Reef with the yellow Zerg drones, we have Multastic. And in the top corner of Abyssal Reef with the purple Zerg drones, we have Flesh. So this was looking pretty dire for Multastic not that long ago. He was down 0-2 against Flesh, but he has battled back in these last two games and quite impressively, honestly. Um, he's been relying on this strategy with a big roach ball to go and take out uh, Flesh in both cases, and Flesh almost had him despite the massive amounts of damage he took with some Mutalisks. Um, but um, that being said, he wasn't quite able to finish him off. He took too much damage, and Multastic pulled that one out. Now, if I'm Flesh, I know that Multastic, despite the first couple of games and going for a lot of lings, he's primarily been playing this roach focused style. So, what do I do to deal with that? Well, either I play roaches myself because the bigger roach ball tends to win, or maybe I try to tech up to lurkers faster, or I scatter a whole bunch of overlords around the map so I can see exactly what he's doing. I make sure I scout more for when mutalisks could come in and be useful. There's options, but I think both of these guys need to do a little bit more scouting with their overlords and adapt a little bit more. I also wouldn't mind seeing Flesh expand a little bit more because he has often been behind Multastic on bases. So yeah, here we go. The early expand from Flesh. I shouldn't really say early. This is usually a pretty standard timing, um, but um, both players expanding up to 3 bases. We've seen a lot of 2 base attacks throughout this series. Thank you for the follow. Was that DJ Cruiser Legends 6035? Thank you so much. We are on a 3 minute delay because this is a tournament with some prize money on the line. So you won't get a thank you immediately, but it'll come through. All right, couple of safety lings from both sides. Um, just making sure that they don't die to something stupid. I basically always suggest that Zerg don't skip their safety lings. There may be some situations where you can do it, but you want that extra kind of layer of protection, just in case your opponent does something that you don't expect. Okay, Multastic is going to spot that Flesh has a third, and a third up and running. So that's actually very unusual. You normally have your second base here instead of here. It might throw him off. He might wonder what the hell is going on. I certainly would if I saw that from an opponent. I feel like we are getting into some of the mind game territory. Roach Warren goes down for Multastic. Ling Speed is halfway researched. A little bit behind. Flesh also researching Ling Speed. These mirror matchups, they're always on a knife's edge. They can change at any time. I lost my train of thought, forgot what I was talking about. It's been a long day of casting. Genghis in the chat. Thank you for the congrats on the followers. Hopefully you can get there. Next season, do a lot more casting, do some replay casting maybe. Um, Anyone watching now should give Genghis Khan a follow. He has also been casting some games for the Amateur League. It's great to see more exposure for this league on Twitch, um, or on social media in general. This is a great community built up by Glacius and his intern team. Okay, so we've got a Baneling nest going down. Banelings are kind of important because both sides tend to make a lot of Zerglings, but they're not nearly as effective as Roaches, and Multastic has primarily been going for Roaches. Now, for the first time, I think this series, I've seen Flesh up in workers on Multastic. He is up 47 to 38, but as usual, he's slightly down in that army supply. So he's in a bit of a vulnerable position right now if Multastic decides to go for a push. And he's got really no vision on Multastic's side of the map. Like, let's take a look at this. He's got an overlord there, but he can't see any army. He doesn't have any forward overlords anywhere. He is flying blind. If this roach ball were to go across the map right now, I think that is pretty risky because ZVZ is a risky matchup that can change very quickly. But it is something to be aware of that he does not have much vision, and he is trying to deal with that. Much vision doesn't have much vision, doesn't have much scouting. He is getting that early. I guess not really early. It's 5 minutes. Hydralisk Den. So those Hydralisks have been doing pretty well against the Roaches. That he is going to be pretty sure that Multastic is making. He's made them every game. The army supply just doubled for Flesh, so he is morphing in a lot of units. And both players are hitting about that 55 drone eco. All in all, Flesh has been more efficient, I think, in this series at spending his money than Multastic. It's not uncommon to see in Metal League games to see that players have like large banks, have thousands of minerals just sitting there unused. But Flesh has been doing a pretty good job of making sure to spend his money because generally, more stuff beats less stuff. And the way to get more stuff is to spend your money. The Roach Ball is going across the map now, though. Kill this Overlord. Come on, Flesh. You are giving up so much free information just by not killing this Overlord that sits in your base every time. Also, you might supply block him. That's kind of big. Oh no. He's pushing out just as attack. He should see it. He should see it. He gets a little bit of early warning. Multastic does have the advantage in army supply, but not by very much. But if he can get these lurkers morphed in, which Multastic shouldn't know because he hasn't actually scouted the lurk. Oh, he has scouted the lurker den, just barely. Ironically, because that overlord didn't get killed, he scouted the lurker den. But he needs to get these lurkers burrowed. And honestly, even with like 80 army supply, this is going to be hard for Multastic to push into. But you need to sit your lings and your hydras on top of these so you can't just snipe it. Don't just leave it. Come on. Oh no, you gave up these lurkers. Oh, a couple of sniped, but he actually gets most of them. Maybe it was a bait. Maybe I didn't understand Flesh's genius as Multastic's army supplies reduced from 80 or 100 to 22, then 44 because he produced a bunch more. Oh, these ZVZ games, man. I can never predict how they're going to go. Please just kill this Overlord. You can see it right there.
Mineral field depleted.
So here is one of the things with tournament play. And I don't know how much Multastic has played. Today was my first day watching him play previously. Is you have to adapt your strategies to a degree in a tournament setting because if you don't adapt your strategies, people tend to catch on to whatever it is you are doing. Um, and Multastic has pretty much just been playing the Roach Ball the entire time. Now, as someone that also tended to play a lot of Roach Ball when I played Zerg in Amateur League, I don't know if I have ground stuff. Oh, the lurkers go down. Without those lurkers and without defending them, that is a little dicey to stay in that fight. Sniping the Overseers. Without the Overseers, you cannot see those cloaked units. Or burrowed units, I should say. Cloaked is for Protoss or Terran. Do we have Hive Tech lurkers yet? No, we're still on Lair Tech. So we don't have the faster burrows and we don't have the extended range for these lurkers. Flesh has been microing on the other side of the map. He has not been paying attention to his macro. He is sitting on lots of money after I just praised him for spending his money really well. Multastic, on the other hand, has spent most of his money at this point. Does not have much of a bank to remax after this fight. And might actually lose his Roach Warren, meaning he won't be able to produce the Roaches anymore. Oh, I hate dealing with lurkers so much. Even as a Protoss player, I hate dealing with lurkers. And Zergs now have gotten so good at sniping the detection. Okay. But we keep moving our Overseers up, and we keep getting them sniped. Now we might get most of the Hydras here, but we're not going to be able to finish the last lurker or two that are burrowed. But Flesh has so much in his bank that it might be game over anyway. So many lings flooding in from across the map. 12, 13, 14. Do we have 14? 14 drones going down? Nope, not quite. Both sides desperately making lings, trying to finish this match, or to hold on for dear life in the case of Multastic. Unfortunately, this game is just looking like it is going to go the way of Flesh. The lurkers are just proving too strong, and Multastic hasn't seemed to have an answer for them just yet. The score is now 3-2 for Flesh, bringing this to match point. Have to keep looking at what our map is. We just did Abyssal, so Frost, and then Amygdala is our last map. Okay, that was fast. We're going to get into game number 6. This is match point for Flesh. It is currently 3-2 for Flesh. Alrighty. In the bottom corner of Frostline, with the yellow Zerg drones, we have Multastic. And in the top corner, with the purple Zerg drones, we have Flesh. Alright, so this has been a very back and forth series. First, Multastic was down 2-0, and then Flesh Lost two straight, and now our current score is 3-2. So this is match point for Flesh. Multastic has struggled to deal with lurkers when Flesh has gotten them out. Um, so they've seemed to be a little bit of kind of his kryptonite. Okay, we're going a Ling Flood build over for Multastic. So he is hoping to end this game early. We are starting off with getting a geyser. We're going into a spawning pool, and the goal of that is to get out speedlings really quickly and to just flood them across the map and overwhelm your opponent. I assume we are probably going to go for a hatchery too to increase our production, but we likely won't put any drones on that to actually start mining. This is something that Multastic did in game one, and I'm guessing he's feeling the pressure. He's feeling under the gun a little bit here in this match since it is match point, and he wants to get a quick win. But Flesh held it really well the last time, and if he sees it coming, he'll probably be able to hold it. But, you know, CVZ, anything can happen. Okay, Multastic, we have the gas required. We should be starting up. Yep, there it is. Zergling speed. We're going to pull out of gas entirely from that point because we don't need it anymore. And this means he is going to have his Zergling speed up a little bit before Flesh. Though Flesh has not started his Zergling speed yet. He has the gas, he has the minerals, but he hasn't started the upgrade. He's probably noticing now that Multastic's hatchery is a little late. Multastic sees the Overlord. He starts moving his Zerglings across the map. Zergling speed um, starts for Flesh. Sorry, got distracted by stuff on Discord. Um, the Zergling speed is half done, and it's about to pop for Multastic. He is rallying Lings across the map, but I think he went in for a little bit of a skirmish, maybe a little bit too early before he had Ling speed done, and took some losses. Oh no, why is he just running them in like that? Yeah, one thing Multastic has maybe struggled a little bit with is that he has units coming across the map. He has more army supply, but they aren't there yet. Okay, here comes the Ling Flood. 330. This is why at this time, I usually make sure I have the front walled off with a queen and a couple of Evo chambers. Yeah, if he can snipe both these queens, that is going to really harm Flesh's production. No, if you just go for the drones here, you probably get more damage done. You had the perfect surround. You had the block on drones and queen. Oh, this has been really well held for Flesh. I definitely feel going for this spawning pool was a mistake from Multastic. May have been a misclick, but still not unwinnable. This queen is going to get donated, sitting right by the natural base. And at this point, Multastic, sorry, not Multastic, Flesh is not mining. He's losing drones. Multastic has almost evened up the worker count because he hasn't built any. Um, he's getting stuff done. He's done a lot of damage here, but he has to be careful. The Banelings are out. If he can snipe this hatch, I think that he should just go back, macro up a little bit because he has such an advantage. Um, he doesn't need to necessarily press it right now. If anything, Flesh is the one who is right now forced into an all-in position. Yeah, and GG is called. Game number 6 goes to Multastic. We are 3-3 going to game 7. We are going to game number 7 on Amygdala. Bug fixes. Wow. This series has been so back and forth. Hey, Jackals. Hope your games went well. Oh, looks like you took third against Tebs. Glad your ISP kind of calmed down from that earlier. Because it was not working well for you then. Um, I would like those replays if you can send them to me. I want to cast some of the other games at another time. Um, Game number 7 in this series. Okay. Looks like both players are ready. Let's get into it. All right. In our final game of this best of 7, one way or the other, one of these two is walking home with the first place and second place prize money. We have in the top corner with the Yellow Zerg drones, Multastic. And in the bottom corner with the purple Zerg drones, we have Flesh. All right, honestly, this has been such a great series from these two players. It has been so back and forth. They are so evenly matched. Flesh was up 2-0, then Multastic evened it, then Flesh pulled ahead and got to match point 3-2, and then Multastic managed to come back and even it up. It's like both of these players are leveling up throughout this series. It has been great to watch. Now, last game we had a little bit of a cheeky Ling Flood from Multastic. Now, Amygdala is not a good map for that, let's be honest. You have to run all the way around the edge. It is not good for rushing. So we are going to see this standard hatch gas pool opener from Flesh and Multastic both. Where they'll go from there, I imagine that Multastic will go into Roaches because that's pretty much what he's been doing every game. And Flesh will probably go into Hydra Lurker Ling. That seems to be their pattern so far. But I will be interested if either of them prove me wrong. Maybe one of them will go for like Swarm Host Nidus or Brood Lords or something. But these have been absolutely great games so far. All right, quick third for Multastic. Flesh is still on 2 bases, so I don't know if we're going to go for some 2-base aggression, but does not appear to be looking to expand. Okay. All stock standard plays so far. Yeah, I saw your post, Jackals, in the um, amateur league channel, talking about casting to YouTube. I also am in the process of getting a YouTube channel off the ground. I just have not had time to work on it. I probably will be looking to do that more in the next month or so, as my work will be quieting down quite a bit. All right, so everything's pretty normal for these two. Multastic has the worker advantage. He's pulling ahead in economy, and 6 more drones on the production tab. For the first time, I think this series, Flesh has a Roach Warren. Are we doing a 2-base Roach all in with a couple of Banelings to catch those Zerglings? Um, that could be a option. He's doing +1 missile upgrades. Both players now have a Roach Warren going down. But if Flesh doesn't do something soon or expand, Multastic is going to pull away with this from the economy side. He's up to 3 bases, and while he doesn't have a lot more drones, he's been holding down that drone button. He's now 5 drones up, with 4 more on production, so 9 drones, and that is a pretty massive eco lead. It's going to be important for Flesh to do something from this point, so that he doesn't just get overwhelmed by Multastic. All right. All pretty standard so far. Both players holding down the drone buttons, but Multastic's starting to pull ahead with that army supply, getting some roaches. Actually, both sides are getting roaches. 29 to 24. What Multastic does not want is he doesn't want this game going and long and having to deal with those lurkers again. He struggled to answer the lurkers from Flesh in most of these situations. Um, so he probably wants to do something that's going to result in ending this game a little bit early. If I'm Flesh, then it's 5 minutes and you're only just starting work roach speed. This is a little bit sketchy. The fact that you're only just expanding. Multastic should be able to take an advantage with this eco lead and uh, get more army supply, more upgrades, and punish you. Um, but I don't think he knows what's going on. I don't think either player really has a good idea what's going on the other side of the map. Flesh will see this base, but he should know that is a 4th base and not a 3rd. 43 to 47 army supply. Yeah, if Multastic denies this base for Flesh, that pretty much forces Flesh to go all in. But again, Multastic has this issue of his army is a lot of the time it's not together, it's not coordinated, so he loses parts of it, because they, like, for example, what we just saw, the Lings go way ahead. Oh, but these roaches have speed. The ones from Flesh, they're gonna catch the slow roaches, but more roaches are on the way for Multastic, and he can keep producing them at a higher rate. More hatcheries, more roaches. More hatcheries, more workers, more roaches. Now, this is not the fight that Flesh wanted. And more roaches just keep arriving. I think a little bit of nerves kind of kicking in this game. Oh boy. Yeah, this is so hard to get back into for Flesh. Um, he does have the upgrade advantage, +1 armor and +1 missile. Start at +2 missile. Okay, never mind. I thought that I might have seen Flesh just target his own roach by accident there, but this is such a hard position to get into, where you are down a base, you are down 20 workers in eco. I don't think that this is able to be won by Flesh with trying to fight roaches with roaches. If he had gone Hydra Lurker, there would be a way. Um, but I don't think he can win this in since he went with roaches. What a crushing end to a amazing series. I've been in similar positions, and I know that Flesh is going to be kicking himself for this loss, especially after starting up 2-0. And there's the GG, and Multastic takes the series, the best of 7, 4-3. Multastic is your uh, initiate bracket champion for this major tournament, the season 1 major. What a day of great StarCraft. But yeah, if I'm Flesh, I would be very hard on myself after uh, that series, even though he played this series overall very well. I'm the type to beat myself up after a loss like that. Okay. Thank you, everyone who tuned in. Thank you, all the new followers, for getting me up over 50 followers, up to 52 today. Thank you so much. Thanks for being a part of this cast and for tuning in, supporting the league. The Amateur League is an amazing community put together by Glacius. And it has honestly been so much fun to participate in and a lot of fun to cast and be a part of. I'm going to see if I can find somebody to raid now. I don't know if there's anyone else still streaming from the Amateur League. Looks like Defiance is streaming right now. Um, so I'm gonna go and raid Defiance because he's another streamer from the league and competitor. Let's see. I need to go and raid. All right, we do have a little bit of delay, so it'll take a little bit of time for the raid to kick in. But yeah, it gives Defiance some love. Throw him a follow. He is one of the sponsors for the Amateur League, and it has been a phenomenal experience having everyone involved here.